dip, dip, doobity doo doo. Honk. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. A dip, 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 dip. A dip, 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 dip. Dip, 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 doo, boop, boop, doo. Can I ask you a question? How low can you go? How low can you go? How low? How low can you go? Lower than that? Underground, really? Oh, so you're like... You know what's interesting? Mentioning underground. One of the things that people will describe when they are on DMT, you know, when you're in a psychedelic headspace, they'll give this sensation of being somewhere warm, familiar, comfortable, vaguely underground. If you don't know what to think of that, I don't either. But it gives you something interesting to think about. The next time you try meditating inwards. And just try to feel like you're underground. How deep can you go? How low can you go? Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday, hey, 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 Let's go, let's go, what, hey, 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 no you didn't.
I need that on Friday. It's like a shot of adrenaline. It's like a shot of adrenaline. Let me ask you a question. Honest question. When was the last time you just danced your ass off? When was the last time you put your hands in the air and waved them like you just didn't care? Every day? Hell yeah. I firmly believe that a little bit of booty shaking is good for your mental health. I stand by that. Like a couple of days ago in the car. The car is good for really belting it out vocally because you've got your own little sound booth. So it really allows you to release those inhibitions. Where I find the best dancing to be done in the home is in the kitchen. It's got a little bit more open floor space. I kind of dance around while I'm in the kitchen. I like to put headphones on and just listen to some music and then dance while I do the dishes or dance while I cook dinner. I dance while I do the dishes and clean. Let me just say how much I wish I could get more people to like open up to that mindset. Some people can just they feel a little resistant to just going with the flow of the music. You know, they'll be like, oh, I can't dance. I don't know how to dance. Dancing is easy. I'll explain it to you. It's very simple once you understand. Just listen to the music. Pick out an instrument in that music. And then just pay attention to what that instrument does. So if that instrument goes dun 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 dun, then you move like dun 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 dun. Just put your body into it. You work around that beat. You know, you don't have to be on time with the beat and just like, you know, move in tune. Just work around it. Maybe sometimes you'll do two for one, like you'll move 2 times, but you're doing it in time with that beat is what matters. You're not doing it on the beat. You're doing it in time with the beat. So you might be moving double time. You might make it slow and go kind of half time. What if you dance like Tina Belcher? We all start somewhere. We all start somewhere. The biggest thing in being a better dancer or a more confident dancer is just getting over your inhibitions. You have these worries that people are going to see you and they're going to laugh at you, or they're going to think that you're funny or that you're, I don't know, you're afraid of getting made fun of, you're afraid of embarrassing yourself. I don't know. But if there's music and there are people dancing, why would I be embarrassed for dancing? I would be more embarrassed in not dancing. If you ever find yourself at a place where there's an empty dance floor and there's music playing, be the one to start dancing. A lot of people are more socially anxious than you might think that they are, and they're waiting for somebody to take that first step, to break the ice, to normalize the behavior. You also will encounter this at the buffet table. If you're at a social gathering, you're at a party, there's all this food lined out, and everybody's just kind of just hovering around, and nobody's eating it yet. They're waiting for somebody else to start eating. Give them the go-ahead to go ahead and get in there. So this is why whenever I go to the party, I'm the first one to dance, and I'm also the first one to eat. I don't care if I'm a bad dancer. I don't think there is a such thing as a bad dancer. I think the only thing that makes you a bad dancer is if you just don't allow yourself to dance. Dancing is something you have to allow yourself to do. You kind of have to just let the music take hold and just follow along with it. Just lose yourself for a minute. It's kind of meditative in a way. So my challenge to you today, if you're looking for a challenge or you want some homework, it's Friday. Do a little bit of dancing. I don't care if you do it in your bedroom. I don't care if you do it in your kitchen. Put some music on, something with a beat to it, and then work it. And then just make a note of how you feel before and after. I love dancing in my room though. No problem with that. That's good. Why does it matter if other people see you dancing? Just an honest question to ask yourself. If the reason why I don't want to dance in front of other people is because I am afraid of being perceived, why? You don't need to be afraid to be perceived. Life is all about seeing and being seen. And I mean that in more ways than just a literal, like, seeing with your eyeballs. I mean seeing as in perceiving. You know, like in the movie Avatar, when they're like, I see you, but they don't actually mean I can see you. It's more of a metaphor for a deeper connection and understanding. I once went to a birthday party where a girl's hair caught on fire and she blew out the candles and her father forced us to eat the cake while she cried. I cannot get rid of that memory. Why would you want to? You drop that story at a party, you're gonna have people cracking up. Everyone bought her soap because she was stinky. Oh wow. Oh. It was awful and weird. Things that are awful and weird can make great stories. I think being able to tell stories, like turning the things that are painful or were weird or awkward or uncomfortable in our life into a good story, I think that's one of the really good signs that you've moved on from it as something that was still like actively painful to you. And it's more of something that I can look back on and be like, damn, that shit was crazy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just gotta look back and laugh. You know what I mean? A lot of people will use humor as a means of coping with emotional pain. And I think that humor can be a great sign that you've healed and that you've moved on. But you have to take into consideration when. Because I feel like some people will rush to humor. And it's more of an avoidant behavior. It's more of a way to like make it less serious. But I think that after a healthy amount of time, being able to look back and laugh on all the crazy shit that you survived is a good thing. So I guess my question would be, how long do you need? How many years does it need to be? I would say different things take different amounts of time. Feel bad about your first ever absent class? You know, I would rather have you feel bad about it than feel good about it. You've got a good attendance. It's alright to miss a day or two. I would just make sure to ask your classmates and ask your teacher, you know, hey, what did I miss? Just tell them you had diarrhea. That always works. Whenever anybody asks you why you weren't at a thing, why you can't come into work, why you can't go to class, tell them you got diarrhea. They hear that word and they're going to stop asking questions. Once somebody hears that magic word, diarrhea, they're going to cease. They're like, I've heard enough. I've heard enough. All right. I'll get well soon. You know what I mean? There is no elaboration needed. There's just so much packed into that one word. I'm just letting you know that I will not be attending class today because I run the potential of just spontaneously shitting my pants. I'm like, oh yeah, say no more. I called out of work one time, and it was because I was playing hooky at work. Don't get mad at me. We had family visiting from out of town, and this was just some like part-time high school job. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, okay? Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. I wasn't really putting anybody out by not being able to cashier that day. We had family visiting, and we were all going to go to the zoo. And so I called into the place, and I was like, yeah, I can't come in today. I'm not going to be in. No, what I don't say is, I don't say I can't come in. What I don't say is, I will not be coming in today. I'm letting you know. This isn't me saying, you know, I'm asking for permission or anything. I'm telling you, I'm not going to be there today. And they said, oh, what's wrong? I said, diarrhea. And they said, oh, okay, well, get well soon. And the boss that I was talking to, the one that picked up the phone, because you always had to call in and talk to the person that was the active manager that day. Like, this was a big place. They weren't going to miss me that day. But you always have to talk to, like, the higher up that's active that day to let them know you won't be coming in. And they were a bit of a hard ass. They were a bit of a hard ass. But it still worked. It still worked. So yeah, just tell your boss or your manager or whoever, just tell them you had diarrhea. Like, wasn't able to make it to your baby's gender reveal. I had diarrhea. Sorry, I couldn't make it to that child's birthday party. I had diarrhea. Can't come into work today. I might shit myself at the drop of a hat. Who knows? That's my go-to reason. It works. It's because it's also so relatable. I don't think there's anybody who, maybe it's some anomalous people who have just never had to have diarrhea ever. They've just solid poops only. But I feel like it's one of those universally relatable things. Alright, check this out. I've been trying to make my presentations look fancier. I feel like they're starting to look pretty snazzy. We're doing analysis paralysis today. Which is fun to say because it rhymes. Analysis paralysis. Not a huge presentation today, it's just 6 slides. Because what we're talking about is kind of a... it's one of the major symptoms of being like a perfectionist. It's also something that you'll see within like ADHD. The more we talk about this stuff, hopefully the more you're realizing that these things, ADHD, perfectionism, anxiety, OCD, they're much more entangled. There's so much overlap, and that it might not be as rigidly distinct as you might originally think it is. Yeah, Cutie Chicks posted this in the Stream Ideas channel. So I made a quick little presentation on it. See? We get an idea, we make a presentation. I try to catch things and make notes. That's why I pay you the big bucks. You know, whenever the stream blows up and I start making just ridiculous amounts of money that I just don't know what to do with, I'll pay you a good salary. I'll pay you a nice salary, that, you know? Right now it's just an unpaid internship. Oops. But we'll keep you on until a salaried position opens up. Analysis paralysis. So this will be a fun little presentation. We talk about... Have you ever been caught in one of those moments where you're just like stuck between a decision? Maybe you've got too many options, or maybe you've only got 2 options, but you're just like, can't decide. Oh yeah, you pay me. That's the weird part. That's the weirdest part of all. So we're going to talk about what it is. We're going to talk about why it happens. We're going to talk about the different behaviors that manifest from it. We got some creepy art, we got some creepy art here too. Do you like it when the art is creepy? Sometimes I generate these on an AI because, you know, they make nice little, like, placeholders. They make the slides look pretty. You know? So I stick them in there. And sometimes they're pretty trippy, sometimes they're kind of cool. Sometimes they're downright creepy. Oh, Kathleener's here. Kathleener, check this out. I got that shirt on. This is a good shirt. This is a great shirt. Oh yeah, it was a perfect fit. We're also going to talk about how to overcome it. We got 2 slides on how to overcome it, and then we'll conclude. So this is the presentation today. Not a huge one, but this one I feel like is still really useful. This is something that a lot of people here have probably experienced at some points in their life, because it's not something that you have to have, like ADHD or, you know, sometimes you just have a hard time making a decision. Sometimes you're caught between what should I do? And when making that decision feels impossible, we call that analysis paralysis, because psychologists like to have fun when they name things. We like things to rhyme and be catchy, or we give them humorous and like acronyms like seasonal affective disorder. So it's just what do they call it when you're seasonally depressed? They call it sad. So this one will really be helpful, especially if you are a bit of a perfectionist. I would say that this is a big hurdle that perfectionists will face. More tools for psych students to ace our exams. There you go. You know, feel free to put... I feel like there have been questions that people have put in the question box, and it was like, is this from your homework? They'd be like, what is the difference between this and this? And can you explain? I'm like, all right, anyway, here's my here's my essay. I don't mind helping you with your homework. That's fine with me. I don't. It helps me to stay sharp. I don't mind taking a question. I also don't mind looking something up to double check or verify if I'm not 100% certain. It's not about remembering everything. It's about knowing where to access that information when you need it. Wasn't me. I wasn't saying it was you. I was saying we've had 4,827 submissions in the question box, and I feel like a few of those were definitely straight out of somebody's homework assignment. I'm like, huh. They want me to explain the differences between these two disorders. They want me to explain how this certain type of... Okay. Alright. They might just be curious, but it just feels like a question you'd see on a test. What is the difference between borderline and bipolar? Borderline is a personality disorder and bipolar is a mood disorder. When you talk about different types of disorders, there are a few main categories. You have mood disorders. These are disorders that affect how you feel. Am I manic? Am I depressed? Am I angry? Am I sad? You know, where's my mood at? And then you've got personality disorders. These are a disorder of the personality. This is a long-standing, it's basically a part of who the person is because it has been a part of how they have been thinking and acting and feeling for so long. A lot of the symptoms that you see in personality disorders will also be seen in other types of disorders. But the reason why we call it a personality disorder is that's just basically a way of saying this has been here for a while, and so it might be pretty ingrained. Doesn't mean it's not treatable, but the thing about personality disorders especially is that sometimes people will just live with them forever. Sometimes people will outgrow them. Sometimes people will just, through life's experiences over a span of years, they will just be like, yeah, you know what? I should do things differently. Time has been their teacher. Another type of disorders is thought disorders. These are disorders that affect your thinking, your perception of reality. So this would be stuff like schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. Schizoaffective disorder, though, is actually an interesting one because it's a combination of a thought disorder and a mood disorder. The really important thing to remember, though, is try not to get too hung up on those different diagnostic labels and trying to split hairs between them because there is a ton of overlap. A lot of practitioners are pushing towards moving to a different system of diagnosing people instead of adhering to the diagnostic criteria because they are kind of limiting. And also there is so much overlap that it's just kind of unnecessarily confusing. What they're thinking of shifting is to this, it would be a hierarchy of your different symptoms. And then they basically just say, here's all of the different symptoms that people experience. How much of each one are you feeling? And then they determine what your functioning is based on that. I think that's a way better way to do it. But it's not the standard practice right now because the standard practice right now is to, go out of the DSM. But it's pretty interesting, and I think it's a good shift. Because there are a lot of flaws in the current diagnostic system. There's a lot of overlap. There's also a lot of discrepancy in between the symptoms within a diagnosis itself. You could have two people with the same diagnosis, but a completely different set of symptoms. I heard about correlations between disorders and stuff. Comorbidity. There's a high amount of comorbidity. What that means is that when you have one mental health diagnosis, you have a much higher chance of getting a second or even a third mental health diagnosis. And that's just because there is so much overlap between those different symptoms. The system that they're looking into shifting it more towards is called high top. It's a hierarchical taxonomy of psychopathology, which is basically just a fancy way of saying list out all of the symptoms and then give a person a score in each one of those symptoms so that you can figure out what it is that they're struggling with and what it is that you need to treat. So they break all of the symptoms down into different categories. This is really small, so you can't hardly see it. So instead of like getting a diagnosis for a certain disorder, you would get more of like a spectrum of like what categories, what types of, symptoms am I dealing with? And I think this still needs some revision. This is still a little rough. This is still a little confusing. But I feel like this is can you post this in the Discord? Yeah, if I can find a good one. This one kind of sucks because it's really low resolution. Let's go to the website. They have a website. Well, yeah, it's basically just a whole bunch of practitioners and academics who are like, this system is better, and they are trying to like get it more normalized. Trying to see if I can get a good view of the see if we can zoom in on this a little bit. So basically they're taking all of the different like symptoms or the current existing like diagnosis and like where does this kind of sit on this spectrum. This is really confusing and it's a lot to take in, especially if you aren't familiar with how diagnosing works. But basically they're just trying to break everything down into like the traits, the components. I still think this is a little messy. I think it might need a little bit more tidying up because I feel like it doesn't need to be like this is really, it's a step in the right direction. But I feel like there is a way we could tidy it up a bit more. This is a good shift. If you want to read about this stuff, it is a little bit technical. This is the website. I'll post it on the Discord. If you're curious, we'll just go right here on the Show Talk channel. Yeah, right now, what this organization is kind of doing is working to help win people over to shifting to this new model. Because the models that you use are based on what the American Psychiatric Association recommends. It's a nice next step in the evolution of mental health assessments. The thing is that you could use this now, but like an insurance company might not recognize it. An insurance company might only recognize a diagnosis from the DSM, so you might be able to use this system on your end as a way to help treat the person better, to give them a more accurate and detailed diagnosis. But it might not mean anything outside of just the treatment side of things. I don't know when the DSM-6 will come out, though. I don't know if it ever will. We might. I don't know if we would ever really need one, to be honest. We'll see. Wish I had a beef stick. Make it happen. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Today is a bad day, but it's Friday. This is the only thing we have in the question box right now. Should we see what it is? Let's open it. It smells like wet dog in there. God, look at him go. Wow. Yeah, my favorite are the ones who will just get out and jump back in. They like to jump in. Dogs are funny little guys, aren't they? Funny little guys, huh? Well, you know, it's been a slow week for questions. Some weeks the questions just really come in, but this week just not too many. I think it's because we've just had too many banger presentations. I'm gonna say it's that. I'm gonna say it's that because people are just so excited for the Prezi that they don't want to stall and they don't want to put questions up. I'm gonna say that's why it is. It's either that or we cured mental health. Which one? It could only be one of the two. What makes people lucid dream? It's about being just awake enough to know that you're dreaming, but not so awake that your body rouses itself. It's kind of like a tightrope. It's kind of like learning how to walk a tightrope, except in the dream space. Like, I've had times where I was aware that I was dreaming, but then the dream started to, like, warp and shift. I have become aware. And sometimes it'll wake me up. But some people can do it pretty regularly. There are different techniques that they encourage you to learn how to do that can help to make it happen more, like reality checking, dream journaling. I had that today. It was the most bizarre thing, like switching channels on TV. There was a dude repairing the neighbor's door, so it kept me half awake. So, you know, what you'll also notice if you practice a lot of meditation, because we've had some people write in about some of their meditation experiences, and they were like, whoa, this was actually really weird. This was really trippy. How did that happen? And I'm like, you've made it to a new level in your meditation. When you really go deep into meditation, it's like walking up to a door in your mind and then stepping into a dream. But you spend a long time just finding the door. It takes a while to even learn what that would feel like or what that would be. But I feel like that's one of the places that people will get when they regularly practice meditation. So they would have vivid mind imagery. Yeah. Some people say it's having your third eye open. If you smoke enough weed, you won't dream at all. It's true. It has an effect on your brain. Smoking weed makes you not dream as often or as intensely. You might still have dreams. One of the things that you'll notice if you were to quit weed, you just go sober, is like you'll start to have very vivid dreams. I have sad and no more to drink. How about a coffee? My medication gives more dreams. Ah, so you know, that's another interesting thing is some medications will have you have some pretty vivid or more frequent dreams. I had a dream this morning, so I think I need to up my weed intake. Was it a bad dream? Was it a bad one? What makes us dream to wake up as if we were in our rooms, but actually we are dreaming? Oh, that's always trippy. I'm not quite sure how that happens, when you have dreams within dreams. I've had that happen a few times myself. I'll feel like I woke up from a dream, and then it turns out I'm still dreaming. There was one time it happened a couple times, so I was like, oh, I was a few layers deep. I was inceptioning myself. Can't remember, I just know my boyfriend woke me up and I was dumb enough to tell him I dreamed about being in some guy's house. Then he was like, whose house was it? Alright, we don't need, just public service announcement, we don't need to grill people over what happens in their dreams. Dreams don't really mean shit, okay? You were dreaming you were at some man's house? And what were you doing there? Like, don't grill me over my dream. He's so needy, I know I'm gonna have to apologize for it. Don't cave to that. Don't enable that behavior. That's baby talk. What I would do is I would ask you, how do you control what you dream about? Since you obviously have full control over what you dream about, how do you do it? I would put it back onto him. He'd be like, well, I don't control what I dream. And it'd be like, exactly. Like, I had a dream I ate a giant stack of pancakes. Do I need to get mad at myself for intaking all of those dream calories? No. He would say some BS like, I only dream about you. Oh, so he's needy and a liar. I'm not trying to grill him, I'm just playing. Just tell him to man up and then give him a tap to the... Give him one of those. You know what I mean? Just give him a little. Like, man up. Like you're in the locker room. Like you're in the locker room, you give him a little slap on the butt, you say, good game. I threaten nut taps constantly. Follow through! Follow through. I'm not trying to condone violence. I would never condone violence, but how do I say that sometimes a guy just deserves to get nut tapped? Is it okay that I say that? I don't think that's I don't think that's condoning violence. But if I'm wrong, I apologize. Don't tap anyone's nuts. But I just can't help but feel sometimes you just... It's like evolutionary. I feel like we've been doing it for thousands of years. And I say this, and there have been times in my life where I got nut tapped, and it was deserved. Okay, I just feel like sometimes it's just a way to, you know, I was out of line. It's a way to... Serious pain? Not serious pain. Not serious. Just a little jostle. But fine, disregard everything I've said. Just keep it between us boys. You know, if you really want to mess with your boyfriend, just tell him that you had a dream that he killed you. Just be like, I had a dream that you tried to murder me. Just really throw him for a loop. And he's just gonna call me crazy. Like, do you think I'm crazy? Do I need to go to the hospital? I don't feel crazy. Don't do anything I say to do. He already doesn't like my Luigi take. Oh boy, here we go. Is he a bootlicker? Not to be inappropriate, but I'm really curious, how bad does it hurt on a scale of 0 to 10? It's a 7 for about half a second, and then it fades down into like a 4. He has Trumpy tendencies. I'm not trying to interject in your relationship here. Well, I feel like we just started talking about having dreams. I don't feel the need to insert myself without your permission. His mom is a full-on Trumper. I feel like we're gonna see a rise of people ending their relationships due to political reasons. I feel like that's probably at an all-time high right now. Cutting off friends and family members and breaking up with people. She's full-on Trumper and she's newly bi with a girlfriend. What the fuck is... what? Why anyone would support... oh, so she's LGB without the T. Well, just reminder that, like, okay, well, after they come for the trans people, I hope you realize that they're coming for you next. That's why you need to protect the trans people. She was ranting about bathrooms. I propose a radical change to bathrooms entirely. Just make them, you know, number 1 and number 2. Do you go to the pee room or do you go to the poo room? Actually, the bathrooms we have at the airport in Kansas City are actually very nice. Let me show you. The bathrooms, they're super woke. And I mean that in a good way. So it's all gender. And you walk in and there's just stalls. There's just stalls that you can walk into and there's a light on the top that shows whether or not it's occupied, and that's it. You just go into your own stall. It's completely private. You do your own thing and then you leave. I can only imagine that Sniffies is blowing up in this bathroom, but, you know, it is what it is. Yep, just a full stall. So yeah, these are nice. This is what the doors actually look like. These, I think they changed the doors because this is what the doors actually look like. They go all the way down to the floor. Page not found. The doors go all the way down to like the floor, so they're totally private. And then people want to complain about it. People still want to complain about it. I'm like, why? I'm like, why? The only time you see other people is when you're out washing your hands. But anyway, it's a great bathroom. I just like the option of everybody gets a stall, you know? It's like having fixtures that are just solely like the only use for a urinal is just so that a man can stand and pee in it. It's like you could also do that in a toilet. So it's kind of weird to just dedicate a bunch of space and a bunch of porcelain and a bunch of, you know, extra plumbing fixtures just to have a single use item in the bathroom instead of a multi-purpose toilet. I could understand like building a urinal at your house. Like, let's say you've got a garage space. you're a you know, a crafts person. Like, let's just put a urinal in right here in the garage for me and the boys. And we won't have to track all our dirt inside the house. Honestly, being able to stand up and pee is pretty OP. You can basically just go anywhere as long as you're clever. As long as you're not dumb about it. You know, go behind a bush or something. Behind a big tree. One of the biggest reasons why I can't stand big cities in America is because they all smell like piss. Some of the big cities in the United States are just absolutely filthy. Like New York. New York is disgusting. Do you know where they put their garbage? They just put it on the sidewalk. There's no trash cans in New York. There are just piles of garbage. So the whole city just smells like garbage. It's awful. And you have to pay $8,000 a month to live there. I don't know why. LA is just... There's just so much caked on dirt and piss that city will... It needs a deep cleaning. It needs... It needs weeks of torrential rainfall to fully flush out all of that. Because... Whenever you go to LA and it rains, all it does is it just kicks up the dirt, and then you go outside and everything's just dirtier. There's just a layer of dirt and grime all over everything because the rain, all it did was just knock stuff into the air, and now everything's just covered in dirt. I've been to cities in, you know, Colorado, you know, going to Denver. Denver's got some cool areas, but they've got a lot of alleyways that just reek of piss. Nothing really takes you away from a nice experience in a city. You know, a public area, a shopping center, an entertainment district, and you're just like, it smells like old pee. So that's why I'll never live in a city. Anytime I have to smell somebody else's old pee, I never think less of humanity than in those moments where I'm like, I had to smell your fucking piss. No disrespect to the city viewers, the people out there who live in the cities, no disrespect. But I'm a country boy at heart. I like walking around in the woods. I like being in nature. I like to see birds other than pigeons. I saw people in Brussels pee everywhere. Yeah, I just... If you have people just pissing on the sidewalks and in the alleyways of your city, that is a foundational issue. That is an infrastructure problem. You need to fix that. Your city shouldn't smell like piss. It doesn't have to smell like piss. What I don't understand is why it's absolutely impossible to find a public restroom when you're in like a downtown city space. And so what are people left with is, well, they have to pee in an alleyway. They have to go behind a dumpster. They have to go, you know... It's like, well, why don't we have bathrooms? Well, because somebody will go in there and, you know, shoot up fentanyl or something. America's kind of cooked. The more I think about it. The more I think about it, I think we're kind of cooked, brother. Have you seen those bathrooms with blue lights so that people can't see their veins? This is where we're at now. I like that that's their solution. You know, instead of actually fixing the problem, they're like, let's just make it harder for them to do it. You know, it's like putting spikes on benches. Putting spikes on benches doesn't fix homelessness. Just like putting blue lights in bathrooms doesn't fix drug addiction. It just scoots it somewhere else. And that's the problem. That's the problem, is that a lot of the American system is just scoot it somewhere else. Make it somebody else's problem. But I don't know how to fix it. I'm just gonna complain about it. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just gonna... But you can be damn sure I'm gonna complain about it. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do this presentation first, and then we'll come back to the question box after. We got one in the question box, so I'll just go ahead and do that one first. We got one in there. I'll go ahead and do that so you're not waiting too long. So we'll do this question first, and then we'll do the presentation, and then if you got a question, go ahead and drop it in, and we'll get to it right away once the presentation's done. I'm at a bit of a crossroads right now, Trying to figure out which path to take. I got accepted into a program that's close to home, which is great since there aren't many options in my state. But the school is private, it's for profit, and something about it is giving me a weird gut feeling to be cautious. Then listen to that feeling. Private, for-profit schools will give you an education, but so will public, state-funded schools. I don't know if there's going to be that much of a distinction. I think there's just going to be a lot more expense. I would say listen to your gut. If something feels off, for-profit institutions are a scam. Anytime you go to an educational institution and it is for profit, how do they make that profit? They make it off of you by overcharging you. That's how they make the profit, is by making it cost more and then getting that money from you. For example, their website says tuition is about $12,000, but during the interview they told me it's actually closer to $47,000. A year? A semester? You could get a whole ass degree for $47,000. I'd get it a bit cheaper because of my transfer credits, but that's still a massive difference. Yeah, that's a massive difference. Plus, the financial aid officer admitted she hasn't even looked at the school's website in the 3 years she's worked there. I was just sitting there completely shocked. What? This place sounds incompetent. This place sounds like a scam. They said that to you? No fucking way. Like, oh yeah, I actually haven't looked at what's on the website for years, even though that's actually my job. Yeah, I would... Let's take a look at the other option instead. My other option is a community college that's about 3 hours away. Tuition there is only $8,000, but after factoring in living costs and everything else, I would end up costing about the same as the private school. The downside is I'd have to wait a year to start. So now I'm stuck wondering if starting at the private school and graduating sooner but with more debt is worth it. Probably not. Because you have to think about that debt long term. That debt isn't just that number. It's not just that number. It's how much interest are they charging you? How much is that going to rack up over the time span that you're going to have to pay it? By the time all is said and done and you were to pay off that entire amount of debt, you might end up paying somewhere near twice the amount. So it might be you starting sooner, but it's going to be you finishing paying it off way later. And I don't know if... Just take that into consideration. You're going to have to spend a lot more time paying off the debt. And so is that worth starting sooner? Or maybe we take that extra time, you know, maybe if I don't start in a year, maybe that's extra time where I could maybe do some more work. Maybe I could save up some more money so that I could get my living arrangements squared away. On top of that, I don't have my parents' support, which makes everything feel harder. When I told my mom how much I wanted to study this in the situation I am in now, she said, well, there are a lot of things I wanted to do but couldn't, in this really rude, dismissive way. It hurt and I feel bad for her, but it's clear she doesn't believe in me. The way that she talks to you, you know, I understand why it would make you feel that way. You know, deep down, does she believe in you? That's probably a different story. I think that she's struggling with her own insecurities and her own missed opportunities and her own, guilt and shame. The funny thing is, when I was thinking about another master's program that cost $100,000, she was all for it. Now that I'm choosing something I actually care about, it's a problem. She's just having a hard time making up her mind. She's just being a little bit inconsistent. I'm feeling so overwhelmed trying to figure this out and learning how to live on my own, or just live in general. I feel you there. Like, ugh, what do I do with this human life I've been gifted? I'm feeling so overwhelmed. My boyfriend has been incredibly supportive, and he said we are in this together. He's even willing to move in with me if I decide to move away, just to help support me. But my parents don't like him. They're the same racists I talked about the other day. Oh. Well, I think you need to listen to your gut. It just, it's okay to follow your heart here. I think deep down you know what you want to do, because your heart's in it. You feel like it's your calling, it's something you care about, and you have people in your life that are willing to support you, even if it's not your family, which that sucks. It sucks when your family doesn't support you. But our family, they're human, and humans aren't infallible. Humans make mistakes. Humans have errors in their thinking and errors in their judgment. Sometimes we have to do things that they don't support and then prove them wrong, and then in the end they're like, oh, I always knew you could do it. And you're like, what the fuck was that about? Natbug, thank you for the prime, my guy. Or my non-binary person, or my gal. I don't know, pick one. I have a habit of using masculine terms in a gender-neutral way. So if you have a problem with me calling you brother, if you have a problem with me calling you my guy or my dude, just let me know. Do I give non-binary? No, I don't know. I don't want to mistakenly offend somebody. Masters will generally take you farther in the job market than a certificate, which maybe... Yeah, it depends. It depends on what you're studying, actually. You might run a better chance of getting a job with just a certification than with a master's degree in art history. No shade to the people who study art history. I don't mean to offend you. I just feel like there's not a huge job market for art historians. Did we just skip over bachelors? They said they had some credits. I'm not sure what they're currently at right now. So let's see, your parents are racist, so we can question their decision-making skills and their judgment decisions. So why would we want the approval of somebody that we can't trust to make a good judgment call? Why would we want the approval of somebody who can't make a good decision? Why do we seek the validation from somebody who doesn't see people that are a different color as people? Probably not the best person to go to help you make a decision. And they would probably cut me out of their lives if we lived together. Call their bluff. Call their bluff, I guess. You know, like... Don't let racists tell you how to live your life. I'm embarrassed to admit that I worry about that because I love him so much. I worry about them cutting me out because, at least for now, I have a semi-secure place to sleep at the end of the day during those rough times. I mean, that's just the bare minimum. I'm like, you've got so much potential to do more and to find more things. You know, your parents are giving you the bare minimum. They're giving you shelter. You know, but I feel like there's a calling, you know, and it's out there, and I feel like if you don't go after that opportunity and follow your heart, you might wind up regretting it. But I think deep down you know what you want to do, and I'm not going to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just going to tell you to do what you want to do. You know, do what you think is right. Honestly, I feel so selfish, stuck, and everything feels so unclear right now. There are times where we need to be selfish. And it's times like this. You know, we're making decisions about our life. We're making decisions about our future. Why wouldn't we be selfish in those moments? We need to take ourselves into consideration. Being selfish isn't about, you know, putting anybody else down, but it is about treating yourself as a priority, because there are moments in your life where you do need to prioritize yourself. You shouldn't prioritize yourself all the time, because sometimes you aren't the be-all end-all. Sometimes you aren't, you know, the most important person in that moment. Sometimes other people need the focus and the attention. But at other times, it's essential to prioritize yourself, especially when it comes to making these types of decisions. Because it's your life. It's not your parents' life. It's not your boyfriend's life. Well, I mean, the life that you share together, of course, but this is your course of action. How do I be an adult? You know what might be helpful? You know what might be helpful? Just take some time to think about, what would it be like? What would I feel like? What would my life look like if I did option A and option B? There are going to be pros and cons on both sides. So let's break it down. Let's write it out. Let's figure out that next step. How do I be an adult? The thing about being adult is knowing when to take things seriously. We don't need to always take things so seriously, but there are definitely moments where it's like, yeah, it's serious time. There's also times to be not so serious, sometimes to goof off and have fun. Being an adult is about knowing when to be serious and when to not be so serious. And so this sounds like it's serious time because you're making some serious decisions, so do them in a serious way. Make a pros and cons list for both of your options. Do a cost-benefit analysis. Just really put your full effort into figuring out what that next step should be. Where are these two paths going to take me? I realized I'm feeling silly today. There you go. Are you excited to do some decluttering this weekend? You got this. It reminds me so much of myself. It's crazy. I could have wrote this 10 years ago. You know what I like to do? Whenever I look back on moments like this in my life, like there was a moment in my life where I was trying to decide what I wanted to study. I was either going to be a psychologist or an engineer. I decided to go with psychology because I found it more fun. And so I think back and I'm like, what would life have been like if I took that other path? Not because I regret the path I took, but because I want to just think about what things would have been like. You know, what could I learn from this alternate version of myself? Somebody who made these different choices. Somebody who lived a different life. What have they learned that I have not learned? What have I learned that they don't know? I'm the version of myself that knows how to have fun. And I feel like if I had picked the other path, I would have become a much more serious person. But I feel like these two aspects of myself, you know, we can learn from each other. Should have picked engineer? Nah. If I picked engineer, you wouldn't be here watching me right now, and you wouldn't be here griping at me, so who knows where we could have been. I like to help people in meaningful ways. And doing what I do and knowing what I know allows me to do that. So I've got no regrets about the choices I've made. I find it to be a more meaningful thought exercise to consider the alternative versions of you and to learn from them instead of looking at those alternate timelines and regretting that you didn't make those choices. Does that make sense? You know, instead of looking back and be like, damn, I should have done this instead of that. Like thinking about what would things have been like if I did that instead of this? What can I learn from that version of myself? What sort of challenges have they overcome? What sort of stuff can I learn from them? Alright, who's ready for a prezi? I got a present for you. It's a presentation. Who's ready? Who's ready? Are we ready? We're locked in. Alrighty. This one's for my perfectionists. This one's for my ADHD folk. This one's for the people who have a hard time making important decisions. Oh, hey, guess what? We just had a question in the question box about difficulty making a decision. I need this. This is really going to help you clean out your closet this weekend. If your closet isn't cleaned by March 1st, you're fired. I'm gonna take your sword away. I'm gonna give it to somebody else. I'm gonna give it to Sabi. All right, everybody. Analysis paralysis time. For when making a decision feels impossible. So what do we mean when we say analysis paralysis? Well, aside from rhyming and being fun to say, analysis paralysis is the state of overanalyzing a situation. And you are overanalyzing to the point where you have a hard time even making a decision. Or you don't make a decision. It's just something that you walk away from and you're like, I'll decide later. I'll come back to it. This creates stagnation and stress within a person. Can you think of an example or of a recent time where you felt this way? You had a hard time making a decision? Wow, I love how I don't have a single unique experience. I just worked on a single Slack message for an hour. Actually, every single one of your experiences is unique because it is you that is experiencing them, and if anybody else experienced it, it would just be a little bit different. Because you have to take in your accumulated history. Other people could get close, but it's always gonna be just a little bit different. We all got fingerprints, but you got your own fingerprints. Every day, all the time. All right. Well, then you're in the right place. Analysis paralysis is often linked to perfectionism. Perfectionism is something that stems from a fear of failure. What if I don't do well enough? What if I don't do good enough? And it can also be a result of cognitive overload. Maybe you're stressed. Maybe you got too much on your plate. Maybe you're dealing with too much. And so your processing power is at a limit. And if I open up another Chrome tab, I'm crashing. I'm blue screening. This presentation must be for me. This is my presentation. It was made for me. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to explore why this happens. We're going to talk about the different ways that it manifests, the way that it influences our behaviors, or the way that we think. And we'll share some strategies for how to overcome it. So let's get into it, shall we? Why does it happen? Why do we experience analysis paralysis? Let's go ahead and get the big one out of the way. We're worried that we're gonna make the wrong choice. That's the big one. What if I make the wrong choice? And this could be stuff that happens, throughout your day. This could be even over insignificant stuff. This could be over really small stuff like, what do I get on my sandwich? What cheese do I want on my sandwich? Do I want smoked Gouda? Do I want provolone? Do I want pepper jack? Do I even get cheese? I eat too much cheese. Maybe I should skip the cheese today. But then the sandwich just isn't going to be good. What's a sandwich without cheese? And so there's just this back and forth and back and forth. It's like, yeah, that cheese sounds good, but I don't know. These cheeses all look fake and processed anyway. I don't even know if they're real cheese. Well, I mean, I've had them before and they tasted okay, so I know that they're not that bad. But again, do I need the calories? It's that back and forth. Christina Amazon, thank you for the... Thank you for the... 8 months? That means you're 1 month away from having a golden brain. Thank you for subscribing. You're right on time, we're just getting into it. Another reason why this happens is, let's go ahead and tie this a little bit more into perfectionism. Perfectionism is when you have a hard time making choices or taking actions because you need to make the perfect decision. Because if I don't make the perfect decision, then every other decision is the wrong decision. There is only one correct decision. There's only one ideal sandwich. Sometimes we're dealing with information overload, and this is why we might have a hard time making decisions. Maybe you got too many options. This is my problem whenever I go to the Cheesecake Factory. I experience analysis paralysis at the Cheesecake Factory because they give me too many options. I understand that completely. That's, like I said, that I'm speaking from the heart. If you've been to the Cheesecake Factory, you know what I mean. Do they have their They do. They have their menu on their website. This doesn't even include all of, you have to click to show all of them. But the Cheesecake Factory menu has over 20 pages. This isn't even the full menu because look, 11 more items, 7 more items, 15 more items, and we're not even through the appetizers yet. They got 13 different salads. They got 37 different lunch items. They got 19 specialties. They got 17 pastas. They got 11 fish and seafood items. They got 6 steaks. And then they got an entire skinny menu. The Cheesecake Factory has one of the biggest menus you'll ever see at a restaurant. They actually reduced the menu a few years ago. Yeah, it used to be bigger. You also have it on your dining room table. It's on my coffee table, but yes, we do have a copy of it at home. It's a nice coffee table book. Or maybe you want to go to the Cheesecake Factory and you want to study up ahead of time. I made myself buy all pre-made meals from the grocery store this week because I have absolutely had burnout and decision fatigue right now. That kind of sounds like self-care in a way. It might not be a defeat. That's just me recognizing that I don't have the time to think about what to cook. I just want food. I just need fuel. I'm overloaded. Another reason why we might have a hard time making decisions is because we lack confidence. Maybe we're dealing with self-doubt, and this self-doubt is making us second-guess ourselves. So that's another reason why we might have some analysis paralysis. And lastly, sometimes this stems from a desire for control. Sometimes we want to be able to predict every possible outcome before we make a decision. When my wife and I have a rough day, takeout's usually the answer. Absolutely. That's when it's like, hey, let's get Chinese food. Let's get a pizza. You know, it's one of those days. Let's get Wingstop. Self-doubt and imposter syndrome definitely play into paralysis in making art. You know what's interesting about imposter syndrome? Is that you actually have to be decently competent and good at a thing in order to feel imposter syndrome in the first place. Like, if you weren't actually decently qualified and capable at doing the thing that you're trying to do, you wouldn't have imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is something that only manifests when you actually are kind of good at a thing. You're like, I don't know if I'm all cracked up on what I'm all cracked up to be. When you aren't skilled, you develop a different thing, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You overestimate your abilities. You're like, oh yeah, I get it. Okay, I see what you're doing here. It's an over-assumption based off of a small amount of information. But then on the opposite end of that spectrum, you get imposter syndrome. You don't get imposter syndrome unless you at least know some stuff, so developing imposter syndrome, it's a good sign that, you know what, maybe you are meant to be here. We ready? We good on this one? Pretty easy to understand why it happens. It stems from a lot of these, and what's the underlying thread in all of these things? I'll give you a hint. It starts with an A. The underlying thread here that connects all of these things. Asshole? No. Close, but try again. Agency? Close. Oh, there you go. Anxiety. All right. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Anxiety is the common thread within all of these things. Anxiety is what makes you feel overwhelmed. It's what makes you question yourself or doubt yourself. It's what makes you feel that sense of fear or insecurity or inadequacy. Anxiety is the common thread here. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is because if you want to do something about this, anxiety needs to be your focus. Because all of these things are just symptoms of your anxiety. So that's what you're really trying to hone in on, is the anxiety. All right, great job. Let's continue. We got the creepy art today. Let's talk about how analysis paralysis manifests in our life, how it might look if you're somebody that's struggling with this. You might find yourself to be a bit of a procrastinator. Or maybe you just have a hard time making decisions, and so you find yourself avoidant of making decisions. Maybe you are constantly seeking more information without actually making a choice. You're not moving forward. You're just like, I need to do more. I need to study up more. I need to think longer. We're sending Max, our dog, across the bridge tomorrow. We just had a tearful call with my son away at school. Sorry to hear that. A moment. For a good boy. Hope you're doing all right. Poor buddy. All right, let's slide back into manifestations of analysis paralysis. Let's talk some more about how this might look in a person's life. A person might find themselves repeatedly changing their mind without committing to a choice. Do you ever find yourself flipping back and forth between options? This may stem from analysis paralysis. You may find yourself to be overly reliant on external validation. Or you might be the person who excessively seeks advice. This reminds me of the person, they wrote in and they said that they knew somebody who would talk to an AI and then they would have the AI make decisions for them. And then they got to a point where they weren't able to make any decisions of their own. They just had the AI tell them what to do. They got to a point where they just were unable to make decisions on their own, and they needed the AI to do it for them. Hold on, Atticus is crying. Atticus, it's okay. What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong, dude? There he is. Hey, buddy. What's the matter? The dogs are just restless. They're restless because it's freezing cold outside. They haven't been able to spend much time outside. They're just cooped up in the house and they're bored. But it's been like sub-zero temperatures and their paws are just freezing. Poor babies. Atticus, do you want to leave? You want to get out of here? I couldn't pay attention. My boss just came over to give me a long talking to about some BS the owner is mad about suddenly. You're just witnessing shit rolling downhill. Your boss just got chewed out by the owner, and now it's just rolling downhill. So hold on, I'm gonna let Atticus out of here because he's being a crybaby. All right, go then. Sometimes I want no input from others because I want complete control, but at other times I just don't want the responsibility of having to make a decision. You know, that is nice. You know, sometimes just not have to be the one to make a decision. Like, hey, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. What do you want? Sometimes it is nice to relinquish control. The thing that you'll notice is that sometimes it's nice to not be the one in control of the situation. Sometimes it's nice to know that it's in somebody else's hands. You know? It's an all-inclusive experience. I don't have to worry about making decisions. I'm just going along with the process. I let him out, and then he just came back in here and he started looking at me again. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. All right, last one. Another way that this can manifest in a person is they might find themselves feeling mentally exhausted even at small decisions. Have you ever had to make a small decision that you just felt overwhelmed by? You're trying to pick what you want for lunch that day. You're trying to decide if you want to eat fresh. Calling me out? I'm not calling you out. I'm calling a behavior out. This is a behavior you can change. We identify, we understand, and then we work to change it. That's the process. If I should get up and go to the bathroom or keep working? Go piss, girl. You need to put a sticky note on your computer that says, go piss, girl. And if anybody asks about it, just be like, oh, it's just an inside joke. And then they're like, an inside joke? An inside joke with who? Inside my bladder. let's continue. Let's talk about how to overcome analysis paralysis. We got 2 slides of this, so let's get to it. Number 1, perhaps this most simple and straightforward bit of a technique to overcome, is to start setting time limits. Sometimes having a deadline helps. I need to decide what I want for lunch. All right, I'm going to give myself 10 minutes to think about it. What can I do in that 10 minutes? Well, I could go to their website. I could look at pictures of the food. I could look at their menu. I could, there are different things I could do to help make that decision. Setting a time limit for yourself gives you a deadline, and deadlines can be motivating to take action or to make a decision. Number 2, if you're feeling overwhelmed with the number of choices you have to make, you've got too many options, narrow it down. If you've got 10 things to choose from, try to narrow it down to 5. Try to narrow it down to as little as you can. Try to get it down to 2 choices. It's this one or that one. Like me at the Cheesecake Factory. That's what I did at the Cheesecake Factory. I narrowed it down to 2 options. And then what I did was I sat there and I imagined eating both of the things, and I was like, which one would make my tummy feel better? Which one would taste better? Which one would be more satisfying? And then I made a choice. All right. Next up, learning how to trust your intuition. Listen to your gut. The thing about your gut is that your gut's not really, your gut will do some thinking for you. Your gut's not much of an overthinker. Your gut's pretty straightforward. The same goes for your heart. If you're feeling too cluttered or too chaotic in your brain, think about what is my heart saying? What is my gut telling me? We want to recognize when overthinking is clouding our instincts. And this also ties into feeling more confident with yourself, because as we know, confidence issues are a part of feeling difficulty making decisions. And so by learning how to trust ourselves and trust our intuition, we can free ourselves from overthinking, and we can make decisions more confidently. The worst is when there are only bad options. Then pick the one with the better silver lining, I suppose. It's a tough place to be when you've only got bad choices to make. Alright, next up, you gotta remember, don't let perfect get in the way of good. We want to focus on progress, not perfection. You need to accept that no choice is flawless. There's no such thing as a perfect decision. But action is better than inaction. So don't let perfect get in the way of good. Sometimes it's better to do something and have it not be perfect so that you can learn from it, you can grow because of it, and then you can do better the next time as you continue to become more self-assured, more confident, more trusting of your intuition. That's one of the phrases that I adhere to. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. All right, we got some more for you. Let's practice our decision making. Have you ever thought of it this way? Have you ever thought of maybe I could practice this? Maybe I could put myself into situations where I can practice making small, low stakes decisions in order to build my confidence. I'm going to go to the store, I'm going to get myself a treat. I need to pick out a candy bar or whatever, a soda. You're doing it actively, you're doing it mindfully. Because you're trying to reassert yourself. You're trying to affirm that I can make decisions, I can make good decisions, I can trust my intuition. Give me some examples of some small, low-stakes decisions that you could make to help you build up your confidence. Take a moment to just think about it. You know, the one I gravitate to is like food examples. It's like, that's an easy one. We all gotta eat, right? But it's not just about making those decisions, because you're already making these types of decisions every day already. The real thing to remember here is that it's about how I approach it and how mindful I am of it while I'm doing it. I need to recognize that every decision I make is decision-making practice. Every time you have to make a decision, that is decision-making practice. Whether it is, am I going to get up out of bed today, or am I just going to lay here? Am I going to take a shower, or am I not going to take a shower? Am I going to wear the blue underpants, or am I going to wear the red underpants? You know, there's so many decisions that you make. Try to remember and try to view those decisions as decision-making practice, so that you can feel more self-assured and more confident in your ability to make decisions. Is deciding to eat lunch in my truck instead of the break room to avoid other people's comments on what I'm eating a small stakes decision? Do you want to miss out on the opportunity to comment on what they're eating? If people comment on what you're eating in the break room, that's an invitation for you to give commentary on what they're eating. We could take this as an opportunity to engage in some playful banter. I would try to make it even smaller of a decision. Like, what am I going to listen to while I eat lunch? Like, am I going to listen to music? Am I going to put on a podcast episode? I'm like, it's an even smaller decision. What usually happens is someone makes a remark along the lines of, "Oh, that's healthy," sarcastically. And this bothers you? Does it bother you that they were trying to be funny but they weren't funny, or does it just bother you that they're talking about you? What would bother me is that they're trying to be funny, but they're not funny. Because now I gotta pick up the slack and I gotta try to salvage this joke. Now I gotta try to make it funny. They're not trying to be funny. I don't know. Sometimes people have some really idiotic ways of trying to be funny. Just hit them back with, well, this wouldn't be a problem if you brought me lunch. Just take it as an opportunity. Just be like, so what are you bringing me? Like, you gonna cook me something? You gonna pack me up something? You gonna bring me a sandwich? I think they're just trying to razz you because I think that's what a lot of people do in a work scenario as a way of, like, feeling relief from the frustration of having to be at work. I can think of situations in which, you know, that's just the way that things go in a work environment. I would say that, you know, the decision to eat in the break room versus eating in the truck is, you know, that's, do we want to think of that as a small, low stakes decision? I don't know. I think it's a slightly larger. It's not huge. It's not a huge decision. But it is still a bit significant because you got to remember, it's like, do I want to lean into my avoidant behaviors in order to save myself the stress that comes from socializing? Or do I want to practice socializing today? Do I want to practice my reactivity? Do I want to practice, you know, how I respond and how I find myself overthinking things? If you don't feel up to it that day, that's fine. You can take a day off from doing it. Let me just ask you this. Are they a nutritionist? Are they a dietitian? We don't have to... Would you go to them for advice on what to eat? If you wouldn't go to them for advice, if you wouldn't, you know, treat them as a professional on this topic, then you don't have to take their criticism. At the end of the day, it's just people making sounds out of their meat holes. They're just blowing air through their meat holes and they're making sounds at you. At the end of the day, that's all it is. But it's up to you to determine how seriously am I going to take this. Kind of weird that we live in a world where people can just blow air through their meat and then it makes us feel some type of way. Isn't that weird? Kind of weird when you think about it. Like, huh. What I've found to be helpful is when people offer an unwarranted opinion, I ask them for recommendations. It's not the sarcasm that bothers me, it's the fact that they think their opinions on what I'm eating are worth voicing. Ah, so we're mad at them because they're stupid. Try not to get too mad at stupid people for being stupid. They're just trying their best. They're trying their hardest. They're just as confused and lost and scared as we are. We're all just trying to figure out this shit show together, all right? I'm always mad at stupid people. But why? Those are the people that you're trying to teach. I love stupid people. I am stupid people. They're my people. It's not that hard to not be stupid. I don't know, the smarter I get, the stupider I feel. My advice would be try to have some fun with it. You know, try to have some harmless fun with them. Do we need to take it seriously? Do we need to take it to heart? Do we need to allow this to wound us? Or can we engage in some playful banter with people? I think that's the challenge. Because I would say that probably if they actually knew the full context of your feelings behind what they're, like the way that they're making you feel when they ask you that question, they probably wouldn't do it. But they don't, and I feel like to have to over-explain yourself would just come across as like, I don't know, it would come across as a bit much. It would just be like, hey, actually when you say that, it makes me feel this way because of these reasons. They'd be like, oh, okay, I won't do it anymore. Or do we want to let it run off our back? I feel socially inferior to people, so when they express their opinions, I feel like I'm socially expected to trust them. Alright, well then trust me, you aren't socially inferior to anybody. We're all equals here. I don't mind old Kanye. I don't mind old Kanye, but new Kanye ruined old Kanye for me, and I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it. We can't, he made graduation our way out of this one. Also, remember this. There's one more thing, Robin, one more thing. You gotta remember one more thing. Sometimes when you're a cool person, people will try to knock you down a peg as a way to make themselves feel cooler. So that's just the price of being cool. You know, you're cool at work. You're a cool person. And so that's why they jibe at you. That's why they give you a hard time sometimes, is because they're intimidated by how cool you are. Alright, back to this. We mentioned this one earlier when we were talking about making a decision between where am I going to go to school. Remember we had a question not that long ago. Use a framework to help you make that decision. There are different ways you could do this. You could make a pros cons list. You could make a decision matrix-y, or a decision matrix. Here, I'll show you. I'll pull up a template. There are all sorts of like technical ones. This is something that they'll use a lot in like the technical world. Is it's called a decision matrix template, where they like weigh out all the options. And so this is, you know, like, what are the different solutions? A little brief description of all of those solutions, and then you rate those things based on like a score. And so this is a really technical one. This is something you'll probably see, you know, more in like work. You know, customer needs, project goals, budget, that kind of stuff. There are simpler ones that you can use, but, you know, if you're making an important work decision, you know, you might use something a little bit more technical. Or you could use one that's more simpler. This is the Eisenhower decision matrix. This is the most simplified version of it. It's just 4 squares. What is urgent and important? Urgent and not important. Not urgent, not important. You know. And lastly, what we want to do is try to seek balance when we're gathering information. And this is, we talked about setting time limits before. This is a little bit different. We need to gather the necessary details, but we need to limit what we're doing so that we're not just endlessly researching. We need to have enough information to make a good decision, but not so much information that we're just so caught up in all of the details and all of the nuance that we're not able to make a decision. So we're trying to just find more balance in that. All right, final thoughts. Analysis paralysis. It's paralyzing. But it's possible to break free when we're aware of what's going on and when we use strategies intentionally. You know, it's all about doing things intentionally. It's about doing things mindfully. That's how we change our patterns. That's how we develop new strategies, new approaches. That's how we're able to reflect and analyze and assess and move forward. By recognizing the patterns within you, you can help to shift towards action and making more confident decisions. And lastly, by taking small, consistent steps, you can help yourself overcome the fear of making the wrong choice. A short and sweet presentation today. Do we have any questions? Oh, one last thing. The goal is progress, not perfection. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? I feel like analysis paralysis is something that we've all dealt with from time to time, whether it be with something small or something big. You know, sometimes it just feels really impossible to make a decision. So today, what we talked about are some reasons why that happens, some ways that it can influence our life, and some strategies on what we can do about it. So hopefully we feel empowered to make our next decision just a little bit more confidently, because that's what it's all about. Confidence is something that grows bit by bit. You slowly build up that confidence that you are looking for. Sweet. All right, that'll be $200, please. All right. Well, you know what? Caught up in the question box. We're caught up. We're caught up. All right, let's chat. Let's see how are you all doing? Let's chat. We got no questions yet. We're free time. Free time. What do you want to talk about? Right now, I just want to be happy with the couple of small improvements that I've made. I couldn't have made those before being happy with previous small improvements. Repeat after me. I am happy with the improvements that I have made. I'm chaotic. Oh. Cutie Cheeks is getting hangry. Do you have any good news updates? Like the world feels like it's crumbling around us and there's got to be some progress happening somewhere, right? I just want to say, this is something I've talked about a little bit before, but I just want to reiterate. We can have a better world. We can have a better world where people are treated more fairly, more equitably. We take better care of people. We give people houses. We educate them, we take care of their medical needs, we feed them. All of these things are possible. But in order to make that happen, things are going to have to get worse before they get better. We've been a little too complacent with the status quo. So, in many ways, the best thing that the fascists can do for us right now is overplay their hand, overstep, push a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast, a little bit too far. And that's what they always do. They can't help themselves. They're impatient. So, good news. Things will get better. Eventually. I'm here for it. I'm playing the long game in life. You know? I'm thinking on a span of decades. Other good news, Mayhem by Lady Gaga comes out 2 weeks from today. So humanity and society just has to make it just 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks. Just 2 more weeks, and then society can collapse. That's fine. So that what they cause a widespread protest? My doomer mind says that might not be enough. Well, we don't need to listen to that anxious hedgehog curl up into a ball doomer mindset. We are trying to be an optimistic hedgehog. What we really need is a general strike. Just shut this shit down. Just stop going to work. Seize the means of production. Protests do stuff. They aren't completely ineffective. They aren't completely meaningless. Reddit shut down the USPS subreddit when they started to call for a strike. I think that was today. Have a different German problem in 2 days. Oh yeah, Germany's election is coming up. You know what's really kind of fucked up when you look at it is it's like, even the logo for the AFD, the little arrow, the little like that's the motion that your hand would make if you were to just throw out a Nazi salute. It's like kind of like centered and then down and up at that angle. That's intentional, I'm sure. Remember when there was a stage at, I think it was CPAC one year, and it was shaped like a swastika? Yeah, they're literally just throwing out the fucking Zig Heil now. Okay. Oh, all right. This is where we've come to. Steve Bannon threw one out. Did you see that? Steve Bannon threw out a Zig Heil the other day. Like, oh, the Nazis are showing themselves. Good. That's what we want them to do. We want them to come out into the open. Instead of hiding in the shadows like the cockroaches they are. Some people still have a moderate position on Elon. They're idiots. Or they're just really ignorant. Some people are like that. Some people are just like, yeah, I don't listen to the news. I listen to Led Zeppelin. Well, I'm just hoping that history will continue to repeat itself and that, you know, leftists and socialists will defeat fascism again. Socialists are pussies? Are you calling me a pussy? If you're gonna call me a pussy, then I'm gonna call you straight. Oh yeah, I don't take being called a pussy an insult. A pussy can take a pounding. Can't wait to join the resistance. Can't wait to, you know. Can't wait. Socialists failed to consolidate any power they had and sold out to centrists to retain a sliver of it. Are you speaking like Swedish government? You gotta remember that we've got people from all over the world, and they speak, you know, in a culturally significant way. You know, you have to take in that context. We're allowed to dance in the resistance. It's true. It's true. You're right to feel frustrated and confused and frightened in the midst of a fascist takeover. But what can I say? We knew they were going to try. We knew they were going to do it. They've been there, you know. Now they're making their moves. So what are we going to do? We're just going to roll over? Just let them walk all over us? Or are we going to stand up? All I know is that there are going to be plenty of good-hearted people that stand up. So try to stand beside them. Yeah, the thing about capitalism is that it could theoretically work so long as the people who run the show aren't just insatiable little piggies. You know, as long as you can understand that infinite growth within a finite space is impossible, then I don't know, maybe there's a way we can make it work. But I think it's ultimately just it's an issue of, you know, morals and values within the people that have control over the capital. There's just no satisfying them. They're just if you want your society to flourish, you have to take care of the people within that society. I feel like we need to open up to a position where you need to recognize that the worst treated person in your society is a reflection of your society. How is a person who has nothing, who is sick and scared and confused and lost, how are they treated within your society? Do you find them shelter? Do you feed them? Do you take care of them? Or do you send them to prison? Do you make them do forced labor? You know, how do you treat that person? Do you just turn a blind eye to them and allow them to die on the street? What do you do? We're not going to make it as a species unless we can actually start to value human life. Drinking water is a human right. It's true, but not everybody would agree with you. The executives at Nestle would disagree with you. They would own all of the world's water if they could, and then they would sell it back to you at a markup, if they were allowed to do that. Don't forget that 2 countries voted against food being a human right. Can you imagine saying that food is not a human right? Can you live without food? It's essential to your survival. How could it not be a human right? Only 2 countries voted against food being a human right. The United States was one of them. And yes, the other one was Israel. Kind of makes you wonder what side of history you're on when your country is one of the only countries to vote against food being a human right. Why is it always you two? I don't know, I'm starting to feel like maybe we're the baddies. There was a sketch comedy bit. They were both dressed as Nazi officers. He's like, Hans, are we the baddies? Just look at our hats. They've got skulls on them. Want to go home and not work? Do it. Do it. This is the realization that we need to help people within the United States Armed Forces to realize. Because if they do start turning the armed forces against United States citizens, we need some of them to realize that that would make them the baddies, so that they can start protecting us and fighting on the side of what is right and good and noble and just, instead of being a tool to serve the function of the fascists. How much work do you have left to do today? Could you power through it? Can you do just enough work to where you could pick it back up Monday and nobody would really notice and or care? Do you have any deadlines you just absolutely have to meet today? Is there anything that could wait until later? Trump isolating America is probably going to make it easier for people to realize this. That, yes, that, and also the fact that the people who are enacting all of these, fascist ideas, these people who are doing this takeover, they are incredibly fucking cringe. Well, I should finish call over the checks at the very least. Just do the work. Do the work that you need to do. Do the work that you absolutely have to have done today. Did you people all get jobs from people you know? If you're in the US, just curious, I've applied to hundreds of jobs. Nothing. Sometimes it is who you know. I would say that it's more so who you know than it is what you know. Sparky Pilot 86, thank you for subscribing. Been lurking for a while, time to sub. Hey, how's it going? Nice to finally meet you. I wonder what the climate was like during Bush's second term. Better than this. The vibes were bad during the Bush administration, but they were not nearly this bad. I was a teenager. I was in high school during the Bush administration, so, I was very politically vocal at the time. I was against the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing there? Why are we sending people over to just die? Why are we killing innocent people? So I've always been on that side. At least we got emo music during the Bush era. You can't make me go back and listen to it. You can't do it. You can't force me to do it. What were we thinking? Some of the music from back and then is still good. Don't get me wrong. Some of the music back from 2003, 2004, some of it's okay. But there was just this whole phase of music where people would sing it like it sounded like they had their nose plugged. You know what I mean? It was terrible. Terrible. As bad as Bush was, he wasn't a psychotic, narcissistic fascist. At least he had that going for him. Now all he does is just paint pictures in his basement and thinks about all of the innocent people that he got killed. People rehabilitating him as innocent painter is also not cool, though. Oh yeah, no, he's a war criminal. But most of our presidents are war criminals. We've got a bad track record, alright? I don't know how else to say that. We've got a long list of war criminals who have occupied the highest office in our country. How do you feel about that? Obama was a war criminal. Yep. Yep. All those drone strikes. Has America ever not been at war? It wouldn't be profitable for us to not be at war or to be, selling weapons to people. That's how America found its foothold at the top of the, global power scale. They took advantage of an international crisis. They sold weapons. They reaped the profits. They only came in and started fighting and started helping when things were, basically at the end anyway. Like, World War II started in 1939. The US entered World War II in 1944. Well, that's at least when D-Day was. D-Day is when I really think of, this is the American entrance into the European front. World War I, similar thing happened. World War I went on for years before the Americans finally stepped in, and if anything, we kind of prolonged it by entering the war. The CIA was developed around World War II, and its whole purpose was to maintain U.S. superiority on a global scale. So this includes destabilizing foreign governments, this includes destabilizing progressive or socialist movements in other countries, financing dictators, assassinating political leaders, drug trafficking. All to do what? Destroy communism? I hate to break it to you, but communism's doing better than it ever has. There are more communists today than there have been throughout history. Can we cancel the FBI? They're trying to cancel the FBI. That's why they elected Kash Patel as the head of the FBI. The reason why conservatives and fascists don't like the FBI is because the FBI are the ones who would investigate those political people. But if they have them in their pocket, then it's like, who's going to investigate me? Me? We need more disclosure. We need to put more pressure for disclosure. How does the FBI differ from the CIA? They are different. They are two different organizations. The FBI is much older. The FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigations. They are the ones who will investigate crimes within the entire United States. They will also be the ones to investigate politicians. They will be the ones to investigate, people that might seem otherwise untouchable. The CIA, they are in the intelligence division. That is the Central Intelligence Agency. And so they are the ones who have, who are training spies and teaching you how to interrogate people and helping you to destabilize foreign governments and stuff. So FBI is more at home. It's more contained within the United States. The CIA has a global presence. The FBI actually does things. They track serial killers and arms traffickers, and, they arrest a lot of really bad people that might not be able to be contained or handled by the regular police force. Or let's say that the entire police force in some hodunk town is all corrupt. The FBI would be the one to go in and investigate them. This actually happened in a small town here. Their police department was just corrupt entirely, and they ended up getting investigated by the FBI. But the FBI is also a tool of the fascists. At the end of the day, they're cops. Sometimes cops do stuff that's not so bad. They arrest bad people. They enforce the law. But cops also do a lot of fucked up shit. They also do a lot of oppression. They also kill innocent people. Oh my god. Just thinking about the state of the LAPD and the LA Sheriff's Department. LA is cooked. I just have to say, whenever shit hits the fan, it's really gonna hit the fan in LA. I feel like LA is gonna be an epicenter. If you've been there, you might know what I'm talking about. It's just like, it's a feeling. It's like, oh yeah, when the collapse happens, it's gonna be big here. Oh? Canada and Mexico should partition America. It's true. America, it was a nice experiment. Let's just wrap it up, just call it a day. Give the top half to Canada, give the bottom half to Mexico, and just... I wish I could bark like Atticus. If you want to bark like Atticus, the secret is you have to bark with your whole body. He puts his whole body into it. So if you really want to do it, you got to put your whole ass into it. How do I work on my own self-validation? I feel like I'm not happy unless I get validation from other people. I've heard, just be you and don't care about what other people think, but I feel that can easily get used to justify being an asshole. I don't want to rely on others making me happy. Can I say something? I just want to say that the fact that you're even worried about being an asshole potentially means to me that you're probably not going to be an asshole. You're probably not a bad person. You're probably doing pretty good. You're probably a pretty considerate and pretty kind person. The thing about actual genuine assholes is they don't care about being an asshole. They like being an asshole. They feel justified and rationalized being an asshole. So here's the thing. It's okay to care what people think, but you need to recognize that other people can be wrong. Sorry, that dog's barking is taking me out. Just consider this for a moment. You could do everything right for a person. You could be kind, compassionate, patient, generous, uplifting, courteous. Everything that a person could want. And guess what? They could fucking hate you for it. They could look at you and be like, who do they think they are? They think they're so much better than me. Oh, they're so nice. And they could resent you for being a kind person. Now, what does that mean? Should I stop being a kind person? No. You should not care so much what somebody else says when you know that they're wrong. What you're dealing with is the other person's jealousy, their envy, their resentment, and those are going to give them a skewed perspective of you. You need to recognize that everyone else is dealing with their own set of insecurities, and they're going to try to project those insecurities onto you. So there's nothing wrong with wanting people to like you or getting that external validation. But what we need to do is feel confident that we are a good person, or at least we're trying our best. You know, every day we're trying to get a little bit closer. We're working hard. We're trying to get closer to that person we really want to be. Somebody who can say, yes, this is the person I want to be. This is who I am. One easy way to work on your own self-validation is through positive self-talk. What are some things that you like about yourself? Don't just think about them, though. Actually say it or write it down. Like, bring it into words. That's going to help to cement it within your mind. And so if you like that you are a kind person, just say, I like that I am a kind person. I like that I am patient. I like that no matter what the situation, I always try my best. I like that I am thoughtful and considerate. You know? can also help to visualize your ideal future self. This is true. We love visualization, don't we? You know, you can engage in an internal dialogue with the future version of yourself. Not care much about what others think. Does gender play a role? I feel like everybody wants to be liked. Like, being liked feels good. Being disliked feels bad. Now, unless something has happened to you over the span of your life that has changed that opinion, I feel like those are inherently things that a person would want. Is it expressed differently and to different degrees based on social expectations and social norms based on gender? Yeah, sure. I'm not a very good person, which makes visualization difficult. Yeah, but you've been subscribed here for 2.5 years. That makes you a great person. We don't have any bad people that subscribe to this stream. I'm still a cunt? Well, you know, me too. You know, a cat can be cute and cuddly, but it's still got claws. It just knows when and where to use them. Like, I don't need to walk around with my claws out. I don't need to walk around scratching everybody I run into. But they're there if I need them. I believe that being a little bit of a cunt can get you far in life. You know, because sometimes the situation demands it. Sometimes it's the person who's a little bit of a cunt that actually gets change happening. You know? They're the one who stands up and says, hey. Does it help if we make the voice inside of our head kinder and friendlier to us for the question above? Good question. Yes, it does help. This is something you want to be mindful of. If you're engaging in an internal dialogue, or if you're paying attention to like an internal monologue, or just the nature of the thoughts that you're having, pay attention to the tone. Am I just tearing myself apart? Do my thoughts just sound so mean and nasty and judgmental? If they do, maybe I should try softening them up a little bit. Maybe I don't need to be so hard on myself. Because being this hard on myself has got me to where I'm at now, and I'm wanting to change. And so to continue to do that wouldn't really help me. So I need to change my approach. Maybe I should show myself some more compassion. I wish I could be meaner to my friends. I just take the toxic bash to the face. This is all you gotta do. Just give them one of these. You don't even have to say anything. I can't understate, just like, you could flip somebody off. Like, you could give somebody the middle finger. Oh, I'm censoring myself. Like, you could give somebody the middle finger, right? And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. They'll give you the finger back. But if you give somebody a thumbs down, That's worse. I just wanted to be a good wife, but I failed badly. I don't think that you were given a proper opportunity to do that. I feel like, you wanted to do that and you would have if if you were allowed to do that. But just the amount of trauma and abuse that you were having to endure in that relationship was just making it impossible. It was making you question your own sanity. Yeah, let's just say fuck abusers. Fuck people who feel the need to lay their hands on their partner. Like, that's physical violence is never permissible in a relationship. Do you recommend volunteering in a mental institution if someone wants to know more about psychology? Good question. I would say maybe start off somewhere a little less intense. Mental institutions can be pretty intense. Now, if you feel like you are ready to dive into the deep end, then I would say sure, go for it. But I think there would probably be other volunteering opportunities that could give you an introduction to psychology that might not be so actively because the thing about being at a mental institution is that you're going to see a lot of people who are actively psychotic. And if that's something that you haven't witnessed before, if that's something you haven't really been around, it can be quite jarring. So there's going to be probably some other options, what type of population do you want to work with? Because when you're in like a mental health field, you could work with kids, you could work with adolescents, you could work with adults, you could work with adults with disabilities. There's an entire spectrum of different types of mental health. So I would just take some time to think about like what population do I want to get to know better? Like we're talking trauma, PTSD, depression on its max level. No, this is something entirely different. Like you're going to see like trauma, PTSD, and depression in a mental institution, but you're talking about like a facility where people might not be able to sign themselves out. They might not be able to voluntarily leave. They might be held in order to, protect themselves. We're talking about people screaming, people yelling things, and just they're getting into arguments with people that aren't there, or they are having a conversation with a voice inside their head. They might be banging on stuff. They might be yelling. And it's frightening. It's like a lot of times these people are completely harmless. They run a much bigger chance of harming themselves than they do anybody else, but it's still it's scary. It puts you on edge when people are yelling and screaming and How would I as a volunteer help? There are different things that you could like. It kind of depends on the place. Some places might take volunteers and they might help you. They might have you like, they might have you helping serve lunch, or they might have you, playing games, just volunteering your time, just like engaging with people, spending time there. Probably nothing too intense since you're just a volunteer. But no, I think it's cool that you are interested in doing that. You'll definitely learn a lot. It'll give you a different perspective on mental health, that's for sure. But I'll get a chance to meet a lot of therapists and stuff. You might. It might depend. Some of those places will have therapists on staff and they'll be there. Some of them, maybe the therapist only shows up a couple times a week. Maybe they're just kind of like on call. It depends. A lot of places like that do have like staff that you can engage with and ask questions and talk to. It's Freaky Friday. You know what that means. We're switching bodies. You know what that means? Lady Gaga's new album comes out in 2 weeks. That's what that means. It means 2 more weeks till Mayhem. It also means that The Thing and the Human Torch are finally out on Marvel Rivals. It's finally clobbering time. So going back to Queen Fatima's question, if you want to do some volunteering and you want to get to know more about like mental health and psychology, and you want to meet therapists and you want to meet people that work in the field, I would say that look more into like a community mental health center. I'm not sure where you're at, but a lot of places probably have something along those lines. I've worked at a few of them myself. A community mental health center. It's an outpatient facility, so there's nobody that like is residing there. And typically the people that you're going to be meeting with and working with aren't going to be as actively symptomatic as a person in a mental institution. Typically, people are only in a mental institution when they are at their most symptomatic, and they need that level of oversight and care to be able to, keep them stable, keep them safe. Marina released a new single today. Oh. Okay. It's just Marina now. There's no more and the Diamonds. What happened to the Diamonds? Did Marina have a falling out with the Diamonds, or is this just a rebranding? Does anybody know the lore? Makes sense. I guess maybe a mental institution is too much. I'm not saying it would be too much for you. I'm just saying that's definitely like the deep end. Like that is where you're probably going to see some of the most symptomatic people out there. Or you could also just go to LA and walk around in Hollywood for, an hour, and you'll see plenty of actively Floridly psychotic people. Marina wants to feel like a human, less pop starry, so Marina is more humanistic than the diamonds. So are the diamonds still there? The diamonds are still involved? There wasn't a falling out? I'm just asking. I just didn't know if there was drama. All right, we got a question. Everybody pay attention. Everybody listen. All right, you ready? I want to give people compliments more often. Good. Good. Here's the thing. You want to give more compliments. Because giving a compliment is like a cheat code. You can make another person feel good. You can make their day better. And it also makes you feel good because you did a nice thing and you made somebody else feel good. So it's a win-win. The diamonds were metaphorical? Really? Huh. Now I know. Now we know. Love that I'm stealing it, Brody. You can have it for free. You can have it for free. By all means, please use that one. If you're having a bad day, go say something nice to somebody else. I feel like I come off as distant or uncaring to people. I'd like people to know that I care. Even random people in day-to-day life. But as a guy, I feel like I can't because it will come off as strange. I guess I think that people are cynical and don't trust me. You know, hey, here's the thing. As long as you do it in a way that's polite and respectful, and it's not you, like, trying to, like... Okay, look at it this way. There's a difference between, let's say that I walk past you on the street, and I like your shirt, and I say, hey, I like your shirt. And they say, oh, thank you. But I'm not even stopping. We're still walking. We're not going to stop and have a conversation. That's when things start to feel, you know, maybe that's when I'm coming across as strange. I walk up to you and I'm just standing next to you and I'm like, hey, I like your shirt. The best thing to do is to give a drive-by compliment. A compliment in motion. Because this will put the other person at ease that this isn't you trying to come on to them. This isn't you trying to sell them something. This is just you saying something nice and going on about your day. It's nice to let people know that you're not trying to get something out of them. You don't expect anything from them because people, you can't fault people for responding that way because that's just one of the ways that people will try to get to you. One of the ways they'll try to get your phone number, or they'll try to, you know, sell you something. Is they'll open up by being flattering. So my advice would just be to do it in motion. Just say the thing and go on. You know, it doesn't need to turn into a big conversation. Just say the thing and walk away. There's no need to worry about that coming across as strange because if you do this in the right way, if you're just being nice and you just have a compliment and it's not creepy or weird, you're not like, hey, nice boobs. You're like, oh my God, I love your shirt. Have a nice day. And then you just leave. They're not going to be like, what a fucking weirdo. They like my shirt? Who says that? It's like, okay, if they do that, that says more about them than it does about you, right? Like, if you do that and they still take it the wrong way, like you went through all the, just be respectful and non-offensive, You're just trying to be nice. If they still choose to take that the wrong way, like, ugh, what a fucking weirdo, that's on them, okay? They're the asshole in this situation, not you. I'm so awkward about compliments when I give them to people. They look at me funny. Maybe I just give strange compliments. I don't give surface level compliments. I give, like, you do a good job at being a person type compliments. That's my favorite type of compliment to give. One that makes a person slightly confused, but also somewhat flattered. They're not quite sure how to feel about it. I think that was a good thing. Is it common in many US places to talk to strangers? It's definitely more so common around the Midwest, like where I live. Like, we'll talk to strangers without really much of a fuss. But if you go to like a bigger city, that's when people are be like, did you say something? Were you talking to me? They'll act annoyed. They're like, they take out their earphone. They're like, huh? Pull out their fucking Apple AirPod. They're like, huh? So yeah, I would just say, give compliments, but expect nothing in return. Just do them because they're nice. It makes other people feel good, and it makes you feel good too. It's a win-win. It's a quick and easy and free way to boost your mood and to boost somebody else's mood. Hell, they might remember that thing you said for the rest of their life. You never know. Have you ever gotten a random compliment years ago and you still remember it? Anybody? I bet you have some examples. I bet there was somebody somewhere at some time, it may have been some years ago, somebody said something nice about you and you're like, I still think about it. I still think about it. In 5th grade, a girl told me I had nice hair. See? There you go. Once a girl told me my hands were pretty. It tripped me up so bad I forgot to turn in my math final before leaving class. That was back in 2019. I still remember it. Like, hey, nice grippers. Nice phalanges. All right, while we're at it, I want to talk about another neat little tip. If you want to practice socializing, just making small talk, just striking up a conversation with a stranger, here's a great strategy to try. Let's say that you're in the parking lot at a store. And you see somebody and they're parking their car or they're outside of their car. This helps if they're driving a nice car. Ask them, hey, how do you like that car? I've been thinking about getting a new car. I've been thinking about getting one like that. What do you think of it? Do you like it? I did this once at the hardware store. Do it at the hardware store. Go ask somebody about their truck. Be like, hey, nice truck. People who own trucks love to talk about their truck. So it's a great place to practice small talk. Go to a hardware store and go find somebody who's standing outside of their truck. Maybe they're loading a piece of wood into the back of it or something. Be like, hey, nice truck. Do you like it? Like, yeah, I'm shopping around. I'm thinking about getting a new truck, and I've been looking at this model. Yeah. Can confirm as a truck owner. See, it works. Go talk to the wood guy about wood. Yeah, the hardware store is a great place to make small talk with people, because you could just go find some old grandpa who works in one of the departments and he's been there for 30 years and he would just love to talk to you about construction materials. What's the difference between a car and a truck? The amount of space in front of you that you can see if a child is running in the street. Wait, this questioner is just like me for real? That's the power of the question box. One person asks a question and it actually answers a question for multiple people. That's the beauty and the power of the question box. Well, I'm trying to find the picture. Like, as trucks get bigger, children become less and less visible to them. The blind spot length. Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to find... There's like an infograph that I saw of this, and I'm trying to find it. Nowadays, trucks are just so fucking big. It's like you can't see you can't see things that are like 10 feet in front of you. It's ridiculous. It's illegal to sell a small truck like mine. I have a... Oh, really? Wait, where at? Okay, hold on. Let me show you something. This is why you don't know what a truck is. I want to find a picture of like a Ford F-150 in Paris. I saw a video of like somebody driving an American truck down a European street. Oh yeah, here you go. Just look at the size of it. It can't fit in that tiny little European parking spot. I don't live in France. I know, but you live in Europe and you have European roads. The American truck. Alright, let me show you. Most popular car. The most popular car by state. In many states, it is the Ford F-150. And in many places, the number 2 is the Chevy Silverado. Some of our best-selling cars are pickup trucks. And you know what? Most people don't even really use the bed as a pickup truck. By owning a pickup truck is more of like a status symbol. It's more so that people can just fit in. They aren't actually doing anything with it. I don't live in France. Okay, so you live in Sweden? Alright, let's look at the Swedish used car dealership. What kind of cars do they sell on the Swedish market? Let's look at used cars in Sweden. Do you guys have a website? You got SUVs. You got the 2017 Volkswagen. That's a crossover. You got the tiny SUVs. How do you even drive if there's not, if you're not just gas guzzling? What's the most popular car in Europe by country? Oh, look at this. They're all fucking hatchbacks. Fiat Panda is the favorite in Italy. So they're all the size of like a Kia Soul. Some of the biggest cars you'll see in Europe are about the size of a Kia Soul. Can I get a size comparison between a Kia Soul versus a Ford F-150? The Ford F-150 isn't even the big one. Can I get a picture? The Ford F-150 is pretty big. It's not even the biggest one. We make bigger ones. What's the biggest pickup truck? What's the biggest one? We started a trend in the early 2000s where we were selling these like super trucks. They're just these massive, oversized. They've got extra fucking wheels on them. Oh, thank you. Chicken nuggets. Why do you need a big car? So that I can occasionally go to the hardware store and I can get a 2x4. Or I can throw my bike in it. For most people, it's just a status symbol. It's just a way to flex. It's a sign of masculinity or something. People will even, oh my god, you probably don't even know about truck nuts. Hold on, let me Google this privately real quick. Some people are so obsessed with their trucks that they will even put a giant set of fake testicles on the back of them. And look, you can even get them with a Confederate flag. I thought it was like a country people thing or something. No, a lot of people drive trucks around in the cities just so they can role play as a country person. They get this off-road, low gas mileage vehicle, and they just don't ever use it for its intended purposes. There's some, hold on, what percentage of pickup trucks? I need to figure out how to phrase this. there's some statistics where it's like most people who buy a pickup truck barely ever use the bed of the pickup truck, so it's essentially just pointless. Study claims that most pickup truck owners don't actually use them for truck stuff. Because nowadays what they do is they have these trucks with these massive cabins. You can sit like 6 people in there, and then it's got like a much smaller little truck bed on the back. It's a cultural thing. Or you could have a van instead. Absolutely, like why not just get a van at that point? Like get a nice van. And you can also camp in it. You can turn a van into a camper. Only 7% of truck drivers frequently use their trucks to tow. About 72% frequently drive their trucks for pleasure. Do I have a truck? I do. It's an old truck though. It's well, let me show you. It's a Dodge. No, it's a Chrysler. Oh yeah, it is a Dodge because Dodge is Chrysler. It's a vintage 1996. Hold on, let me find the one. Because some of these are uglier than the truck that we have. We got the V8. We got the V8 Magnum. It looks like this, except the side mirrors are silver. So it looks nicer. I get complimented on the truck whenever I take it. Whenever I would drive to the dump, whenever we were like remodeling the house and I had to like take stuff up to the dump, I'd take it up in the truck. I would always get people be like, oh. It's retro. It's a throwback. I park it next to a modern truck and it feels so tiny. But I don't have like truck envy, don't worry. I don't need to compensate for anything with the size of my truck. But that's what some people do. It's definitely just a compensation machine. The bigger truck somebody drives, the safer it is to assume that their penis is inverted in size. The bigger the truck, the smaller the ween, as they say. Can confirm I have no ween, but I have a big truck. You're the only person that should be allowed to drive it. At American auto dealerships, they do a genital inspection before they sell you a big truck. If your penis is too big, they won't sell it to you. They say, sorry, you have a 3-inch penis. Consider getting a smaller vehicle. Does it count if it's a semi-truck? No, semi-trucks are exempt. They operate under a different rule set. My friend has a Ford F-150. I was pleasantly surprised by the interior. Yeah, it's because they're selling them as like a luxury car, or as like a, and maybe not a luxury car, but still like an F-150 will probably cost you like 50, 60 grand. And so they focus on it being a nice vehicle. You know, you're going to drive the kids to soccer practice. You're going to, you know, go to the grocery store. You're going to go to Costco. You know what would be really sweet to have, though? A K-truck. Like you see in Japan. Wouldn't that be fun? They have state restrictions. You can't own them in every state. Oh good, we can use it in Missouri. Whew. Good, we're allowed to use it. Oh wait, it's on a county by county basis? This is weird. So this is the type of vehicle where there are different limitations on where and how and who can own one. How much does one cost? You can buy vintage ones too? You can buy a 1993? Oh man. Oh, they're sold out of the 97. I want one of these. I want a 4-wheel drive one. How much is a new one? 21? 22? That's not bad for a 4-wheel drive, brand new. I want to get one. I just want to drive it around and on the farm. Isn't it so cute? What was that Geo SUV? This little thing? The Geo Tracker. Now, wouldn't that be fun? A mini little off-road vehicle. The Geo Tracker. Isn't that cute? My grandma drove a Geo Metro for a little while, and let me tell you, it was always quite a trip riding around in that Geo Metro. We had the I'm pretty sure it was a 93. I think it was this type of model. It had the 2 doors. The car that I rode in that it definitely felt the most like a death trap. It was a Ford Festiva. One of my friends, and he was the first of us to get a car, so he was the one that was shuttling all of us around because he was the first one with a set of wheels. His first car was a Ford Festiva. And we used to all just cram into that fucking thing. Look how tiny the wheels are. We once tried to see if we could just lift it, if enough of us just tried, and it was possible. We were able to actually lift the Festiva. What I don't understand is why are so many people driving everywhere all the time? Well, they probably got kids. I would say that having children vastly increases the amount of like places you have to drive to and be at, you know? My first was a Ford Focus. Oh, good old Ford Focus. Yeah, we don't have good public transportation. Even the cities that do have good public transportation in the United States, it still isn't that good. It's like, it's still, you know, it's alright. One of the first cars that I drove, because this was one of the cars that my parents owned and they would let me use it, it was a Bonneville. I think it was a Hyundai. I think it was a Hyundai Bonneville. Hyundai. Or maybe, I don't know. Hold on, let's just look up what it was. It was a Pontiac Bonneville. Except it was like a 2000 or something. They look cool in the 50s. Yep, that's the one. Have you ever had a car that was like an older luxury car? Like this car was like a luxury car whenever it came out? That's always such a trip. They're like, oh yeah, this is a 1992 and the seats move. It's got electric windows. That's always funny. Driving around in a old luxury car and it's like, oh yeah, back in the day, this was really the top of the line. It's got seats that recline. We got some more questions. Let's take a look. Thank you for coming to my car talk, by the way. Next month, I'm about to get a lot more busy. I'll be taking a driver's ed course. I'll be resuming the job search, and if I get the job, I'm really scared that it'll consume most of my current time and I won't have the energy or the motivation to do my hobbies and other stuff I like doing. How do I curb this fear and remain active in what I love to do after I'm working? I just want to say this is a valid concern because it is going to cause a disruption to your schedule. This is where maintaining a healthy work-life balance comes into play. You are going to have less free time. You are going to have a little bit less energy. But in other ways, having a job is going to help to finance and enable you to pursue your hobbies on a level that you might not have been able to do before. And so even though there are some, some costs, there are also some benefits. But for now though, I would say you're getting ahead of yourself. I would say you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself. Just focus on what's in front of you. Focus on that next thing that you're doing. Once you do get the job and you know what your schedule is, that's when you'll actually be able to start planning and, working around this. So worry about that when you get there. Or you could do like me and clone yourself, and then you could get your clone to stream for you while you actually sleep in the other room. What was I saying? Oh, anyway. It is going to change your amount of free time. Getting a job, it impacts your free time. That will happen. You might have to adjust your schedule a little bit. You might have to take more time to make a meaningful effort to, engage in your hobbies and in your recreation on the time that you're able to do that. You'll find a way to make it work. So we don't need to get too far ahead of ourselves. We still got other stuff that we need to make happen and other stuff we're working on. And we don't want to let that fear of what could potentially happen all the way down the line get in the way of us achieving our goals right now. Also, I'm not sure what job you're going to be looking for, but in many ways, having a job could be a good use of that time as well. Like, one of the things I miss about having a job is that it put me into situations where I could be social and talk to people, and it gave me an opportunity to, engage. And so it wasn't all bad. If you can learn to have fun at work, then you're pretty well set. It also gives you the potential to maybe even make some more friends. A lot of adults make new friends at work. A lot of adults rely on work as a way to make new friends and to meet new people as an adult. It's one of the most common ways that people meet their new friends once they're, out in the working world. So there are opportunities here as well. So, just try to remember that this isn't going to be all bad. What's the percentage of people meeting their significant other at work? Let's look. let's look. This is from 2022. I don't think much has changed since then. At least not as far as this. A lot has changed since 2022, but I don't know if this information has changed. According to these statistics from social.com, I don't know where they got their data from. They say that 68% of relationships start from long-term friendships. 9% of women formed a relationship with someone they met at a bar. A lot of people meet their partners at church. Only 11%. Well, I guess that's just of everybody. Yeah, if it's of everybody, that makes sense. But I feel like people who go to church are, churches have... Some churches will have, like, entire programs that are just centered around matchmaking people. Especially those Mormon churches. And Mormon churches, they have, like, groups. They have, like, they'll match you up. They're looking to get you married. Okay, let's look at this. General, where do couples meet statistics? A lot of people meet their significant other through their friends. About 39% of people. Only 1% of relationships are formed through speed dating. So wait, speed dating is a scam? Actually, no. Speed dating isn't a scam as long as you recognize that I'm not going into this to start a relationship. The reason why you would do speed dating is to feel more confident and to practice socializing and having, quick little low-stakes conversations. 7% of the people meet their partner through their family. What about work? This was more common for older people. For people 45 to 50. I feel like meeting your partner at work is something that's kind of tapered off in recent years. You don't really see it as much. A lot of that has to do with like workplace guidelines. It's now seen as much more, inappropriate to talk about, to be flirtatious, to be, and for good reason. There's a lot of harassment that happens in the workplace, and it's best to stay professional when you're at work. But I feel like just the enforcement of those types of rules and guidelines is kind of just like, they're like, all right, let's just keep work at work. How many people have married from meeting on Twitch chat? At least 3. So many people in my workplace are dating, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, because it's probably high school vibes. If everybody at your work is just dating each other, it's like, that's high school. Wait, most people meet their significant others at work. Okay, well, I guess it still happens. But it starts from a long-term friendship that you have at work. So you're meeting people at work. I have multiple viewers that have met via my Twitch community and then went on to get married. I can think of at least 2 to 3 that I know of. So that's what I said. That's why I said at least 3, because I knew of those 3. I don't know their names, I just knew that there was 3 of them. So it seems like the strategy here is to become friends with someone at work and then to allow that relationship to continue to develop into something bigger. Not to use work as an opportunity to date people. As like a matchmaking service. Thanks for answering my question. I'm satisfied with the new mindset. Hey, nice. You're welcome. No problem. Happy to be here. Just came from the brain rot with rhizome. Your brain doing okay? You need some help putting it back together? I'm sorry, but if I'm working, I'm there for money, not a possible significant other. Don't look that far ahead. Like, look into, like, making acquaintances, getting to know people, learning their name, learning what kind of stuff they like. Just, it's about a slow development. You know, you don't think that far ahead. Like, worry about getting to know them first. I wish people would just stop being so horny and prioritize friendship first. Right? Gooners are gonna goon, though. Gooners are gonna goon. I'm super duper upset. My parents changed their TV/couch layout at the cabin in the most horrible way ever. The couch is not facing the TV, a chair is facing the TV. The other chair is facing the couch. You'd only be able to either have to lie on the couch to watch TV, or sit in the one chair that's positioned for the TV. The old setup was 2 couches, one couch facing the TV, another couch facing a chair facing the couch. That made sense. I get to sit in a couch and watch TV. This is making me so upset I have to type in all caps. It ruins everything in this. This is the end of the world. Just move it back. Just move it back. What are you gonna do? You gonna get in trouble? They gotta ground you? Just move it back. Just tell them, you know, hey, I like watching TV from the couch. I couldn't follow. I don't know what it looks like either. All I know is that the couch isn't facing the TV, and that's a problem. I'm not calculating all of the logistical information about where the chairs are placed. All I know is that couch does not face TV anymore, and that's a problem. Probably what I would do in this situation is just move it back and then see if they care. I would just switch it back around. Moving a couch isn't that bad. You just kind of have to just pivot the thing. Just go to one side, push, and then go to the other side and push. Yeah, turn that couch around. Because, I mean, if you're going to be riding out the end of the world, you should be doing it in comfort with the couch facing the TV. It sounds like they have it set up so that there's only one comfortable place to watch the TV, and that's in a chair. Be the change you wish to see in the world. And be the change you wish to see in your parents' interior decorating. If you Google, oh, I tried it. Look, there's a little couch here.
Pivot! 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 Okay, I don't think it's gonna pivot anymore.
Don't you love a good Easter egg? We love a good Easter egg. 5:40? 5:40? It's good to be about dinner time. It's getting to be about dinner time. I want to go try the thing in Marvel Rivals, so. I'm gonna go make some dinner and go hang out. Games do I play? Right now I've been playing some Marvel Rivals. I've also been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I have like an hour or so left of work. Would anybody notice if you just left? I need to show you all my new and improved farm. We need to see your before and after closet pictures, don't forget. Don't forget. Sadly? No, it's not sadly. This is for the best. It's for the greater good. Oh yeah, Project Zomboid. I haven't played Project Zomboid in a minute. I do love that game. I love it. I haven't played it in a while though. I'm waiting until... like, I want the stable multiplayer version of the new patch. I'll have to rewatch the presentation in VOD mode. Thank you for the bangers this week. Oh, thank you for enjoying them. What I want is a community Project Zomboid server. Oh, I just need to talk to somebody who knows how to set that up. Hey, if you know how to set up a Project Zomboid server, let us know. We'll get one set up for the community. We can make our own little post-apocalyptic commune. Alrighty, everybody, that's gonna be it for today. That's gonna be it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for hanging out. Hope you all had a good time. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow for our weekend stream. So, all right, everybody, have a great night. It's Friday. Try to have some fun. Try to dance around a little bit, you know? Just shake it out a little. Stay safe out there. Have fun. See you all next time. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Don't mind me, I'm just making weird noises.